Hello, good evening, everyone. Back with more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Last time, first case went on for quite a bit longer than I expected it to, but quite a lot happened. We solved the so-called assassination attempt, and are reintroduced to Shelley D. Killer, who may very well have a role to play as this continues on. But we are ready to start with Chapter 2. The Imprisoned Turnabout. So let's go. Ring, ring. Oh! Him, the guy from the last case. Knightley. Wow. So the culprit from the last case is now the victim. What the hell? Oh, God. Nice doggy. Memio, thank you for the follow. Dot, dot, dot. He's not coming. He's not coming, sir. How long does he intend to keep us waiting? Now, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to get your cravat in a twist. Ethan Rook's murder. 2 days after the incident, we visited the detention center. Naturally, we were hoping to meet with the defendant, Horace Knightley. His trial was set to begin the next day, with me serving as the prosecutor. Still, he's rather late. You there, do you know what's going on? It's certainly strange. I'll try calling him one more time. It's terrible! It's... Knightley, he's been murdered. What? What did you say? Murdered? Inside the detention center? Mr. Edgeworth, let's go check it out. You there, take us to the crime scene, post-haste. Yes, sir. Knightley's not in his cell. I thought he was being held there. What are you doing, sir? This way. Where are you taking us, pal? Through this door is the... Ah, it's the prison. Prison? Then what were the small rooms back there? Those cells we just passed are part of the detention center. They're used for holding suspects temporarily, while they await their trial. What lies ahead is a facility that serves a completely different purpose. This is where criminals who have been declared guilty serve out their sentence, pal. It's the one place a great thief doesn't want to end up, Kay. I'm opening the door now. Please follow me. I wondered if we would see any familiar faces in some of those cells, but there's no mistaking it. Knightley's dead. Moreover, he was murdered inside the prison walls. How exactly did this happen? sec. I can't believe something like this would happen to Mr. Knightley. Yes, I can't believe it either. But the scene you see before you is the unmistakable reality. Besides, wasn't Mr. Knightley supposed to be in the detention center? Indeed, he was. Knightley hadn't had its trial yet. Before a suspect is found guilty, they're detained in the detention center's holding cells. They only enter the prison after they've received a guilty verdict. Knightley shouldn't have been moved in here. Do you think he passed through these giant doors that we went through earlier, sir? Huge metal doors and a long passageway separate the prison and the detention center. As a suspect, Knightley wouldn't have been able to pass through. I do see that, though, there's an office area that you can also access the prison through. What happened to Knightley? In order to solve this mystery, we must first investigate the crime scene. Okay. Let's have a look at the body. Horace Knightley, murdered right before his trial. Let me take a closer look. Oh, the blood from his neck has stained his brace bright red. The cause of death was most likely from his neck wound. He probably died instantly. He couldn't even cry out in pain. There are small bumps on his head. Are those bruises? Maybe after he was stabbed in the neck, he fell back and hit his head. I wonder. At this point in time, there are too many unknowns. Kay, do you have your digital camera with you? I'd like the detective to take a photo of the body. Will you let him borrow it? Sure thing. Here, Gummy. Thanks, pal. Alright, I'm taking the picture, sir. Still, he's wearing some awfully dirty clothes. There appears to be dirt stains in several places. Cause of death, penetrating wound to the neck, died instantly, covered in dirt. He's wearing those clothes even though they're dirty. He's just like me, sir. Detective, I hope you realize that not everyone shares your lack of hygiene. He's covered with a dirty sheet. There's a rope on top of the sheet. I thought maybe he might have been moved here after he was killed, but I don't know. The pool of blood around the wound does suggest to me that he was killed here. Was Knightley tied up with this rope? Let's take a look under the sheet. We might be able to find something. Yikes, this sheet is bright red. Okay, so maybe his body was wrapped up in the sheet and transported here. These appear to be bloodstains. We still might be able to find something. Let's search this area a little more closely. This is a rubber glove. Yes, there's no mistake. This is a rubber glove. How come there's only one? Let me take a closer look. covered in mud. It's up to the wrist. Maybe someone was playing with mud in the prison. Yeah, that seems most likely. I want to get on the action too. Do it on your own time when we're not investigating a case. Oh, and I see there's blood on this side. The fingers of the glove are covered in blood. This glove was dropped after the pool of blood formed. Why's that? If it was on the floor before the pool of blood had formed, the blood would have formed an outline around the glove. Ah, I see. The blood would have only gotten on the edges of the glove. This glove was discarded after it was covered in blood. That must mean the killer left it behind. Indeed, it's highly probable. At the very least, the person who dropped this saw the body. You there. Well, what is it, sir? Do you recognize this glove? Yes, sir. The inmates use these for prison labor. That's odd. Rubber gloves are usually kept in the inmates' rooms. They're strictly regulated, so you can't just take them out. Indeed, there are no signs of any other rubber gloves in the room. What's this, a fold-up chessboard? Huh? What's this? Mr. Edgeworth has something similar in his office. It's a portable chessboard. It's probably the victim's. Ah, Mr. Knightley enjoyed chess, right? He was probably using it to pass time in the detention center. Maybe his killer was a sore loser. There's something on his finger. Let's have a closer look. Yeah, he's wearing... Is it some kind of ring? Oh, it looks like an expensive ring. Don't steal it. What? I didn't do anything yet. Oh. There's nothing of interest here. What's this over here? We won't rest until we've stolen every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Indeed. This is quite a large area to investigate. It's a pulley. Is that used for prison labor too? Looks like it. There's something I want to ask you. Don't even think about dangling on the hook. Huh? How'd you know that's what I wanted to do? Somehow I had a feeling. It's a cage inside the cage that is the prison. It's like cageception. I believe the correct term is prison cell. They're the same thing. You need to look more at the essence of things. Actually, it's more important to get the correct information. Or is this going to be your variation of the ladder step ladder debate? this, a whip? No. Those are some colorful sheets. Looks like the same one that was draped over the body. They're the most eye-catching thing in this room. They don't fit in with the prison. There's a whip place on top of the sheets. Was Francie here? Don't tell me she's the killer. Reminds me of the whip lady. Maybe she left her whip here. Although I can't see Francie forgetting her whip. I doubt she'd ever leave her whip behind. Exactly. There was a rope near the body as well. By the way, my special talent. If it's about rope escapes, there's no need for that now. Aww. Insert bondage gag here. Did she want to show it off that badly? Right. The sheets stacked here have a very distinctive pattern. It's the same as the bloodstained sheet. That's right. That's right, Kay. Don't steal my lines like that. Mr. Edgeworth, you shouldn't get caught off guard like that. I'll never lose my edge as the great thief. I thought she was on hiatus. Well, we've collected quite a bit of evidence. With the three of us here, it's a piece of cake, right, Gummy? That's right, pal! We're the invincible trio! It's too early to start celebrating. There's still something we haven't found yet. Huh? What haven't we found yet, sir? What's missing from this crime scene? There's plenty of bloodstains. There are no footprints, but probably the murder weapon. Yeah. The murder weapon that took the victim's life has not been found yet. Ah, now that you mention it, you're absolutely right, sir! Detective, get your act together. Isn't that the most basic of the basics? I'm sorry, sir. Don't worry about it, Gummy. I didn't notice it either. That's not much of a consolation. In this prison, dangerous objects that can be used as weapons are strictly regulated. It would be quite dangerous if the inmates got their hands on them. Obtaining a murder weapon and carrying it around is not an easy task. I see, you have a point. What was the murder weapon, and where did it go? That could be the key to solving this case. Yeah, and what about that dog we saw during the cold open? What role does that play? Huh? There are visitors here already? Who's this? What, Jigen? Sorry to barge in like this. Is this the crime scene? You're... Huh? You. Aren't you? That piercing gaze. That furrowed brow. It's been a long time, Mr. Shields. Yes, yes, that frilly thing around your neck, and that stiff greeting. There's no doubt about it. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma. Fancy meeting you here. You're a little bit off. What are you saying, pal? Mr. Edgeworth's not that old man. Detective, it's fine. Oh, it's you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I thought you looked a bit young. You two are so similar. Looks like your Uncle Ray got you two mixed up again. You never change. How many years has it been since we last saw each other? I've already forgotten. Your Uncle Ray's been overseas these past few years. But you know, there's something I still haven't forgotten about you and your betrayal. Betrayal? I'm getting some bad vibes over here. Do you know this guy, Mr. Edgeworth? Allow me to introduce him to him. Introduce him to you. Raymond Shields, attorney at law. Ace attorney, Ray Shields, at your service. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. Kay Faraday, nice to meet you. I'm a great thief. Must you advertise that to everybody? You're a pretty lousy thief if you have to tell everyone you see. But I'm currently on hiatus. Great thief. Well, well. That sounds romantic. How wonderful. Oh, Mr. Shields, you get it, right? I'm currently recruiting new members. The registration forms are easy to fill out. That's splendid. Uncle Ray would love to join your little gang. I'm sorry, but we're only accepting bright, cheerful, and energetic girls. See, that's too bad. How about a hug, then, as a sign of affection? No. Guess not. This isn't Europe, after all. Mr. Shields, what are you doing here? Oops, that's right. Sorry. Preventing the attorney from investigating the crime scene is the Von Karma way, isn't it? Ah, so you were going to be Knightley's lawyer. Well, ain't that funny? His name was Knightley, and his attorney's name is Shields. Hey, you've been going on about Von Karma this and Von Karma that. What's your problem, pal?
Hold it!
Detective, restrain yourself. This can't be helped. Huh? Mr. Shields, are you the defense attorney for Horace Knightley? That's right. Or should I say, I was his defense attorney. Mr. Shields is the defense attorney. If Knightley had not been murdered, I would have been going up against him in court. I should listen to what he has to say. Since you received the request to represent the victim, that must mean... Yes, your Uncle Ray was supposed to meet with Knightley Boy. As was I. I had planned to meet with him, but then we heard the report of the dead body. I even brought him a California roll. Mr. Shields, you can't bring food into the detention center. Ah, is that right? Well then, would you like it? No thanks. Still, to think that Prosecutor Edgeworth actually meets with the defendants. All defendants are guilty. Wasn't that the Von Karma way? That is a thing of the past. Is that right? So, you sure you don't want it? I told you I don't want it! He seems friendly enough, but at the same time, it seems like he has beef with Von Karma. Seeing a little bit of passive aggressiveness here and there. Did you meet with Knightley? We met yesterday. They called me over as soon as Knightley Boy was arrested. He was being quite hostile. Oh yeah, he mentioned you. He talked about how you interfered with his plans. He probably said some nasty things about me. Even if he hates me, I'm fine with it. Man, the two of us had a great time talking about you. Mr. Shields, you also talked about me? I frequent the visitor's room here quite often. It's been a while since I had such a good time. So you're a regular at this prison? Hey now, don't get the wrong idea. I'm not here as an inmate. I'm here to visit an old acquaintance of mine. We usually meet in the visitor's room, but I've also been in here before. Then I should ask him about this room. This room was where the body was found. Do you know anything about it? This room, eh? Here's a pop quiz for a prodigy prosecutor. Which of these three is the name of this room? Huh? The lecture room, the morgue, the entertainment room. The morgue feels most appropriate. The morgue? Well, there is a dead body in here. Anyone who saw the dead body would naturally think of the same thing. Well, let's reveal the correct answer. Prosecutor Edgeworth's answer is... wrong. The correct answer is the workroom. All three choices were wrong. I hate it when he does that. The inmates carry out various kinds of prison labor in here. It also serves as a rehab program, allowing them to receive job training in prison. So, how do they monitor this room? Who's in charge of the keys to the entrance? Prosecutor Edgeworth, even your Uncle Ray doesn't have all the answers. Hey, you there. Can you tell us? Yes, sir. This room doesn't use any locks and keys. Instead of locks, the doors are equipped with sensors. What do you mean by that? All the prison inmates are wearing electronic bracelets. When a bracelet passes through the door, it activates the sensor, and... an alarm will sound. What's the Wii U have to do with this? After a certain amount of time has passed, the bracelet will emit a painful shock. If the bracelets are tampered with, it'll emit an electric shock 3 times more powerful. Oh, that's terrifying. It's to ensure the inmates follow the rules, although it seems a bit harsh. That's why whenever an inmate goes through a door, a guard has to accompany them to deactivate the sensor first. And that's that. Did any of the inmates use this workroom today? In the past few days, no one has used this room. I'm sure of it. So not one inmate has entered this room today. If that's the case, could it have been one of the prison guards? It raises a contradiction with the crime scene. There's something in this crime scene that should not exist. I'll use my powers of deduction and inspect the crime scene again. The rubber glove, right? Because that came from the... That comes from the prisoners' cells, right? He said, right?
Eureka!
The inmates cannot freely enter this room, as they're wearing bracelets that set off the sensors. According to the guard, it seems that no inmates were scheduled to enter this room today. However, a rubber glove used by the inmates was left in here. That is a direct contradiction. Then who left this rubber glove in here, sir? I don't know, yet. However, it seems that this rubber glove is connected to our case. Guard, aside from the inmates and prison guards, does anyone else have access to this room? Well, this is a prison facility after all. Only inmates and prison guards come here. Mr. Shields? What are you saying? There are others that come in here? Aside from inmates and prison guards, there are certain things that can enter this room. Are you talking about them? But they're... them. Mr. Shields, what are these things you speak of? Should be obvious. You came all the way here without seeing one, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Usually you can find them walking around the prison facility. Well, you'll see once you leave this room, Prosecutor. Hey, you're just saying that to get Mr. Edgeworth to leave, pal! What now? Don't you trust me? Mr. Detective, you have a big body but a small mind. What did you say, pal?
Hold it!
Detective Gumshoe. Sorry, sir. Come on, follow me. I'll show you what Uncle Ray's been talking about. What the hell? There are more than just the prisoners and guards living here. Animals? Yep, animals. According to the guard. They introduced animal therapy here several years ago. Each prisoner is assigned one animal. In other words, they receive a pet partner. Huh, that seems kind of fun. Plus, learning to take care of their pet is a great qualification to have. Ah, so you mean that workroom? Huh, part of the rehab process, then I take it. Yep, that's where the prisoners practice taking care of their pets. So then the thing you mentioned that could enter the crime scene is... the animals? Right, those animals. But that doesn't make any sense, pal! Why would an animal leave behind a rubber glove? Quite right. But the fact remains that they could have entered the crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please talk some sense into this man? Mr. Shields, are the animals allowed to go wherever they please? Most of the doors in this prison are fitted with sensors. The sensors not only sound an alarm in response to the prisoner's bracelets, they also respond to the animal's microchip and open the doors for them. Oh, I see. Microchip? It's like a tiny machine embedded under the animal's skin. All it takes is a simple injection, psh, and the microchip's inserted. Wow, that sounds painful. I've heard it's not that painful, but anyway. Since the animals aren't criminals, they're allowed to move freely. How ironic. The ones with the most freedom in this prison are the animals. But still, they can't go out of the prison. The prison's entrance doesn't have a sensor. Oh. What's that? Is that a bell? Oh, like we heard it again during the cold open. What's that? Oh, and there's the dog. What's this? This dog. It has a bell on its collar. Was this the sound that we heard earlier? Whoa. Down, boy. Mr. Edgeworth, why are you glaring at each other? I mustn't lose. Are they having a stare-off? Mr. Edgeworth, you're not good with dogs, are you, sir? I'll tame that dog myself. Here, boy. Here, boy. It completely ignored me, sir. Compared to the other animals, there's something different about this one. I'm sensing a great hostility toward me only. Well, now that I've introduced you to the animals, what's next on the agenda? Of course, we question those related to the case, pal! Yes, we should gather information about the state of things when the body was discovered. Let's start with you in that cell. Tell us what you know. He's completely ignoring me, sir. You there. Do you know anything about the incident? Not very talkative. He's scary. Don't be so cold. Come on, you can talk to us. Or how about an introductory hug? It's time. What was that? Sorry, was Uncle Ray's joke a little too much? It's a little bear. Exercise time. This man is clearly odd. I need to get some answers from him. Your name is... Me? I'm prisoner number D-259, J. Albert. Gotta raise my metabolism. I can't let my muscles rest. Muscles aside, it looks like you've lost a lot of weight. Half the match is won, even before it's begun. Yeah, gotta make the weight limit. Are you entering some kind of tournament? Ah, perhaps as a boxer? Yeah, I'm a former boxer, but exercise is just a hobby of mine. Well then, it sure looks like it's the bear's hobby, too. He's hanging on like an apron. So cute. This is Rocky, the polar bear. He's my partner. That's a polar bear. I'm not sure they make good pets. He's loosened his tongue. Maybe we can try asking him now. Where were you and Rocky at the time of the incident? I don't know anything. I got nothing to say to you. That's for me to decide. Now answer the question. Didn't I just tell you I know nothing? Ugh, he has no intention of talking. In that case, you got no choice but to use that. Yes, if he insists he has nothing to do with this, we'll just have to prove there's a connection. Mr. Elbert, by all means, you will tell us what you know. Ah, the chess thing again. Now, let's analyze the situation. A fighting stance. It seems he's become agitated. In these circumstances, a direct confrontation would be pointless. When my opponent becomes agitated, I should calmly wait and see. When I see an opening, I will not hold back. Now, let's question him about his knowledge of the incident. To start with, I'll ask about his movements today. I'll have to tire him out before the sound of the bell. What did you do today? Can you tell me what you've done today? Answer me! Huh? You want to fight with me? Get into your fighting stance. What, you throwing in the towel already? This is not a fist fight. Welcome to the war that is chess. By the way, hasn't all that moving around tired you out? Don't underestimate my stamina. You want to test me? With that body of yours? I ain't tired at all. Well, first off, I held back in my training today. I just stayed quietly in my cell. Quietly? Then what's with all that sweat? Buzz off. That's all I've got to say. I'm getting a little tired. You're a well-trained boxer. However, you need more practice in the art of lying. Getting a little tired, that's not possible. You said you stayed quietly in your cell just a moment ago. Rocky, it looks like this is going to be a tough opponent. The weights come off. This man. It looks like he's still hiding something. Next, I'll ask him about the time of the incident. I do not need to use fists. My words alone are enough for a KO. Do you recall what you were doing at the time of the incident? Sleeping. Rocky was too. The incident happened just a few moments ago. You look wide awake to me. Whoa. Muscles strengthen while they're resting. Sleep is important. Well then, I'm sorry to have woken you. Rest is a part of training, right? Oh? So you got it after all. Not bad, Mr. Prosecutor. Ooh, did we ever say... How does he know who we are? Oh? I don't recall ever introducing myself as a prosecutor. How do you know? That's... the conversation we had when we first entered this room. Were you by any chance eavesdropping on us? In that case, there's no way you could have been asleep. You lied to us. Got me there. You pack a nice punch. Yeah, I lied about sleeping. So what? I was just exercising in this room. Got a problem with that? Will I now know he was awake? I should remember this clue. When the incident occurred, did you notice anything unusual about the prison? Answer the question. What was the situation like at the time of the incident? Sorry, but I got no answers for you. I was asleep then. Rocky was too. Let's try using that clue. Stop telling such an obvious lie. Didn't you admit it earlier? You were exercising. So which is it? Looks like I just ate a counter. Your back's against the ropes and there's no way out. Just confess already. Hey, quiet down a bit. If outsiders like you make a racket, you'll frighten the animals again. Again? You've been persistent. However, I'm afraid you're about to hit the mat. You said again just now. Did something happen earlier? To frighten the animals? Ah! Damn it. How could I have gotten sucker punched like that? Yeah. There was this great scream back then. It startled the animals. A scream. Dang. I would never have lost in a real ring. Checkmate. I believe this proves that you do know something about the case. Damn. Okay, I'll talk. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't lose focus, Kay. The real game has just begun. Let's just stop for a moment. Uncle Ray's got one important thing to say. It must be fate that's brought us together after all these years. I've received the opportunity to observe your skills carefully, and I'll be giving a detailed report to that person about how much you've grown. That person. Who is that person? Didn't know? The truth is, this doesn't concern Kay. She doesn't need to know. Whoa there, you scared me. Don't get so worked up. You can do what you like. It doesn't matter to me. How you've been leading your life ever since you were tainted by the Von Karma way? I'm sure that person would be interested. I feel that it's my duty to report it to him. I'll expose your mistakes here. I won't let you disappoint him any further. Mr. Edgeworth, just what are you guys talking about? Don't concern yourself with it. Our only opponent now is Elbird. Well then, let's hear it. What do you know about the case? You're gonna be sorry. Okay, let's hear it. Recreation time ended around 10 a.m. I returned to this room and went straight to my training. Just as I counted to 2, I heard a voice shout out, "Ah! I've been stabbed!" It sounded like someone in pain, calling out for help, but I couldn't do anything, so I was locked up in my cell. So I went back to my training. That's odd. You really weren't bothered by that shout. Even if I was, there was nothing I could do. Look out for number 1 before you look out for others. That's the basic rule in prison. Indeed, even if you wanted to take a look, he'd still be locked in his cell. Is all that training equipment yours? You seem to have quite a collection. I get them from the supplier. Supplier? You can get just about anything if you put in an order. It's our secret shop. Well, that's quite convenient. So, in that case, you should order a book on how to give testimony. Guess I'm gonna knock you down for the count in one hit. Gonna KO me? Stop kidding around. Hey, don't ignore your Uncle Ray. Turn this room and went straight to my training. Now that sounds off because it sounds like he should have died instantly from his wound. He shouldn't have been able to yell out.
Hold it!
Can you describe that voice for me? It's the voice of someone whose life is in peril. I could tell. Really? That's no laughing matter. And this voice, you heard it quite clearly. You've never heard the scream of a cornered man before. I told you, the man was screaming for his life. Of course I heard it clearly.
Objection!
Mr. Elbert, can you hear my voice clearly? Why, you mocking me? The victim received a fatal blow to the throat, which means he couldn't possibly have screamed. Huh? So why did you hear a non-existent scream? There should have been a scream. There should have been one? Dang it, I had to rip that smug look off your face. Yeah, you're right. I never heard a scream. The one who heard it was the guy in the next cell. The next cell? Is that... Oh, that parrot! The one from the... Is that the same one from the first game? The next cell. What's up? Yeah, I heard the scream. Recreation time had just ended. It happened after we returned to our cells. So then I tell that guy, I heard a great scream. Can you describe that scream for me? Sure. I never told that guy about the contents of the scream, though. Aye! Someone come quickly! A man's been... Something like that. So it wasn't the victim. It must have been whoever discovered the body. Okay. Let us take a quick pause. I'll see you in a few minutes. Alright. Let's continue on with solving Knightley's murder. The culprit has now become the victim. But rather, it was the first person to discover the body who screamed. I see. That solves that mystery. So there was nothing wrong with Mr. Elbert's testimony. Is that really true? Or is there still a problem with Elbert's testimony? He said he didn't hear the... He said he didn't hear the scream, but that other guy in the cell did. No, in this case, a new problem's presented itself. Mr. Elbert, why did you not hear the scream? It's odd that he didn't hear the scream, sir. Hey, you, why didn't you hear the scream, pal? Guys, do you suspect me? I was shut up in this stupid cell the whole time. How could I have killed someone in the workroom? That would be impossible, wouldn't it? Yeah, none of us could have killed him. If we could have killed him, we would have already killed you guys by now. Oh, gee. Ah! Guys, don't think you're gonna get out of this prison alive. I nearly forgot. Despite being locked inside cages, these guys are still dangerous criminals. So much for the rehab therapy, then. Looks like we've got ourselves in a pretty bad situation here. What can I do? I can't talk to them in these circumstances. Huh? Who's that? Oh, what the... Please be silent. What? Who are you? Can't you see we're busy here? Silence is golden. What the... Now, your hands. You shall remain silent while under the judgment of the law. You should be thankful. You get to live your life without the need of money. You are to receive the blessings of the goddess of law. Guard, if you would please. Congratulations, you get to spend the night in the disciplinary room. Disciplinary room? That's... No, not there! Anywhere but there! Oh. Doesn't sound like a nice place. Accept this wonderful blessing. Let your heart be reborn. Cast away your sins. Stop it! No! O goddess of law, give this man your blessings. I thank thee. You are... My name is Justine Courtney. I am privileged to be a judge, an emissary of the strength of the law. A judge, you say? Why are you here? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I came to meet with you personally. I convey the will of the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee. That is my appointed task. Prosecutorial Investigation Committee? What's that? Do not use that name so lightly. Those are the sacred words of the Goddess of Law. Since little Kay doesn't know, Uncle Ray will explain it for her. The PIC is an assembly comprised of 11 members. Their job is to check if prosecutors are doing their jobs properly. If I'm not mistaken, its members are elected from politicians and those of the legal profession. So I take it you're one of those members. Indeed, I am thankful they judged me worthy of such a task. I too am thankful that I was able to meet you here. How about a hug of thankfulness? What is with this guy and hugs? The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee also shares deep ties with the Bar Association. Hey, I was just kidding. No need to make such a scary face. So your job is to find bad prosecutors and punish them? Well said. May you be blessed by the Goddess of Law. Yeah, the Great Thief. Our job is to remove problematic prosecutors from their cases. And so, those people not fit to be prosecutors will be stripped of their prosecutor's badge. Well, what business does this whatchamacallit committee have with Mr. Edgeworth, pal? We're in the middle of an investigation here.
Objection!
Yeah, who's this guy? Wow, you're thick. Seriously, how thick-headed can you be? Hey, just who do you think you are, pal? Me, I'm a prosecutor. Sebastian de Best is my name. Haven't you heard of me? At the prosecutor's office, everyone calls me the Best. Ah, I'm so beloved there. I've never heard of you. Hey you, Mr. Flatfoot. You've heard of me, right? This is the first time, pal. Oh well, it can't be helped. And what's... And what's with the wand? Don't you mean slow on the uptake? Go back to Hogwarts already. I suppose it's only natural as Sebastian only became a prosecutor last month. He's just a rookie prosecutor? Damn, he climbed the ladder fast. You're right, the best rookie prosecutor in the office. Or so he plans to be. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm here to clean up the mess you made. What do you mean? The PIC intends to have me replaced. That much is clear. For what? Mr. de Best, I know what you're trying to say. However, I've not been informed of this. Your Honor, I would like an explanation. Very well. This judgment has been passed under the name of the Goddess of Law. The incident at the President's welcoming event, and the murder of Horace Knightley. The The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee has decreed that you will be taken off this case. And Sebastian has been appointed to take over the case. That is all. What?! You can't just take him off the case like that, pal! Yeah, Your Honor, I thought I asked for an explanation. The judgment is guilty. The Goddess of Law's verdict is absolute.
Objection!
I've done nothing to warrant being taken off this case. You don't remember? Very well. In that case, I shall remind you of your past crimes. You boarded the President's plane, which was protected by extraterritorial rights. And then, of all things, you ordered a search of the President's personnel. A single mistake could have sparked an international incident. So that's... Whoa! Bringing the Warhammer down. You've crossed the line as a prosecutor. You've gravely overstepped your authority.
Objection!
I'll admit, my actions may have gone against the rules. However, if I had not taken that risk, I'm certain the truth would have never been found. I have never considered my actions a mistake. So you're saying that as long as the ends justify the means, it's all right to ignore the rules? That is an extremely dangerous way of thinking. No one is above the rules. That is the spirit of law. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your way of thinking. I see. That's a shame. Even so. The gavel must slam down at the conclusion of a trial. Even if you, or the defense attorney, or the suspect, do not consent to the verdict. All you can do is accept the blessings of the Goddess of Law. Or will you fight it, and risk losing your badge? She means to take my badge if I don't obey. Ah, that's too bad. It seems you understand. Now then, guards, please proceed. Hold it right there! Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be on our side? You should listen to the new prosecutor in charge. I don't want to work for you, pal! But isn't that the job of a flatfoot? We're at an overwhelming disadvantage here. It's useless to resist any longer. Detective Gumshoe, you're now under Mr. DeBest's authority. But that's... Your Honor? Yes, what is it? This doesn't mean I've accepted your decision. We will meet again. Certainly. I look forward to that day. Let's go, Kay. Yeah. Wait, don't forget. I'll be reporting today's events to that person. Yeah, I kind of want to know who that person is. Well... Well, this really throws a wrench into things. March 28th, 9:45 a.m. High Prosecutor's Offices. Mr. Edgeworth, just what happened yesterday? Those two people, their attitude was just unforgivable. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm here to clean up the mess you made. Prosecutorial Investigation Committee has decreed that you will be taken off this case. And Sebastian has been appointed to take over the case. That is all. Judge Courtney and Mr. DeBest. They were certainly ruthless. But what I'm more concerned about is... just what is the PIC thinking? I'm worried about what they'll do from here on. I have a bad feeling about this. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, are you listening to me? Yes, I'm listening. You're not going to give up on this case, are you? No, I don't plan on backing down. Not with the current situation as it is. If I were to silently stand by, that would only validate their claims. But I no longer have investigation rights. What should I do now? Hello? What is it, Detective Gumshoe? Bad news, sir! I heard something down at the precinct. It sounds like they've already arrested a suspect in yesterday's case. What? Who is it? I don't know yet, sir, but if we go down to the detention center, we can ask. Let's get going, Mr. Edgeworth. Even if I can't investigate, meeting with a suspect shouldn't be an issue. Alright, we're heading over to the detention center now. I'll also head over on the double, sir. Detective, won't that interfere with your job? I gotta investigate the scene of the crime anyway, so it should be okay, sir. Alright, we'll meet up with you there. Roger, sir. Let's go, Kay. Okay. He's not coming, is he? Oh, don't tell me he's been killed too. He's not. It's happening all over again. Don't joke about that. No way, I mean it. It's not happening. Yes, it's happening, all right. There's just someone here to talk to you. Sounds like a pretty screechy voice, huh? What the hell? No way, no way, no way! Don't be so stubborn. But aren't prosecutors like crazy scary or something? Always giving you a death glare. Pardon me, but would you happen to be the suspect? Ah! I knew it! Okay, why does this man seem so distraught? Oh, that was a dude? Well, because you're, you. That doesn't help me at all. Hello, Mr. Suspect. Would you mind talking to us for a little bit? Who are you? I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. Well, it's just a part-time job. I'm just taking a vacation from my real job. I don't remember hiring you. This is Mr. Edgeworth. He's a prosecutor, but he's not as scary as he looks, so it's okay. How rude. Really? 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 Eh? Huh? Anyway, can you tell us your name, Mr. Suspect? Yeah, I'm Simon Keys. Nice to meet you, Simon. You can just call me Kay, okay? I'm Miles Edgeworth, the prosecutor. I'd appreciate a word with you. Please, it's for your own good, Simon. Really? Finally, looks like we'll be able to get something out of him. Thanks to Kay. Okay. First, I'd like you to tell me a little about yourself. No, wait, not that. I couldn't do that. Impossible. I'm not worthy. There's nothing interesting about me. Your occupation? No way, not that. It's no big deal, honest. Yeah, I'm just a regular employee. Good grief. About the victim, Knightley. So this is who they suspect killed him? I don't think he's gonna talk to me about this. Okay. Simon, did you know Mr. Knightley from somewhere? Knightley? Yeah, I did. He was a friend. A friend? So did he know that Knightley was arrested? Did you know that Mr. Knightley was arrested? Yeah, I came here to meet him. So he visited the detention center too. When was that? When did you visit him here? It was 2 days ago, in the afternoon. Okay, the day before he was killed. I received a call from the police, so I came over right away. From the police? Why did you get a call from the police? It was a request from Knightley. He had a message for me. A message? Yeah, he wanted me to bring him his pocket-sized chessboard. Ah, the one we found by his body. So I retrieved it from his house and came here to give it to him. Did he say chessboard? Did you say chessboard? Is Kay stealing my thoughts? Get out of my head, Kay! No, Mr. Edgeworth, it's just written on your face. I was just guessing from your facial expressions. See, I can be a useful assistant, right? So, do you know what we need to do next? You bet. We gotta show that to Simon, right? Correct. Let's present it and see how he reacts. Do you recognize this chessboard? Ah, that's Knightley's. Just as I thought. Simon brought it to him at his request. This was found near Mr. Knightley's corpse. He always carried a chessboard with him. It's just like him to have one until his last breath. Sounds like you two were really close, Simon. Yeah, we were best friends. At least, I thought we were. But maybe I was wrong. Because I never imagined he would murder someone. having someone close to you turn out to be a murderer. Reality can be so cruel. It's not something most people can easily accept. And I never imagined we would part ways like this. Mr. Edgeworth, something's definitely strange here. There's no way Simon could have killed Mr. Knightley. Indeed, I certainly can't see a motive at all. So why'd they arrest him? However, the fact remains that he was the one who was arrested on that charge. Just what was the justification for doing so? So why were you arrested? I guess he still won't respond to me. Well, I don't know. Looks like he's finally warming up to you. Oh, that's a great help. This morning, a police officer barged into my house. And before I knew it, he brought me here. Was there a prosecutor accompanying him at the time? I remember a prosecutor called Best or something was there too. So it was that rookie prosecutor. Then I guess the police haven't dragged you into questioning yet, huh? Are the police going to interrogate me? Yep, that's right, because you're the suspect. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way! Aren't detectives, like, crazy abusive or something? Always bossing you around with their big bodies? Detective Gumshoe's on the scene! Oh. I knew it. I knew it! Please don't beat me with your thick arms. I can't take it anymore. Someone call the police! The police are already here. What's gotten into him, sir? Well, it's because you're you, Detective. Huh? I don't get it, sir. I know Simon has to be innocent, Mr. Edgeworth. Can't we do something? Simon Keyes. Yes? You were Mr. Knightley's best friend. You only just met with him 2 days ago. You say you didn't kill him. Are you certain about this? Yes, I am. I wouldn't harm a fly. I see. That's enough for me. I shall offer my assistance in proving your innocence. Oh, what's the point in helping little old me? It's not just for you. This case. I have a personal stake in it as well. That's right, we gotta get back at those two from yesterday. Yeah, I'm fired up, sir! But I don't have any investigation rights at the moment. Since I won't be able to obtain information myself, your role is most vital. I'm sure we can rely on you to fill in any holes in the information we have. Help us help you. That's all I ask. I just had an idea. Why don't you just borrow a defense attorney's badge, sir? Come on, there's no way Mr. Edgeworth could do that. This isn't the time to be joking around. But I wasn't joking. Helping the suspect is a defense attorney's job, pal. Jeez, don't worry about that. It doesn't matter what Mr. Edgeworth's job is. All we gotta do is find the real murderer. So, let's get moving. Okay, pal. sure you understand, but if the investigation results prove that you are the murderer, no hard feelings, but I will show no mercy. But you don't need to be scared. I believe your story, at least for now. All you need to do is believe in us and wait patiently. There's nothing to fear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be off. Eat free, live free in prison. What the hell? So, we're all fired up and ready to go. But we still can't enter the part of the prison where the murder occurred. If you can't investigate, the only thing you can do now is defend him in court, sir. But how are we supposed to do that? We can't. Oh, Ray's back. If it isn't Prosecutor Edgeworth and his merry gang, what are you guys doing here? Did you come here to harass Mr. Edgeworth again, pal? What are you talking about, big guy? Uncle Ray's just here to do his job. Your job? Oh yeah, you're a defense attorney, right? Okay, you're as cutieful as ever. Cutieful? I might not look like it, but your Uncle Ray's a hotshot defense attorney. I'm here to meet with a new client today. What was his name again? Shy Monkeys or something? Oh, Simon. What, you mean Simon Keys? That's it, Kay. You looks like you know the deal. Mr. Edgeworth, he's the defense attorney. I thought as much. Guess we have no choice but to resort to that method. In the past, whenever I had to investigate cases I was not placed in charge of, I was able to gain access by becoming a subordinate to whomever was in charge. Ah, yes. Not my preferred option, but it's the only one I have now. Mr. Shields, if I may ask. By the way, I don't take on sidekicks. I refuse to take on male assistants who lack charm. Especially someone who's like a son to Von Karma. Mr. Shields. As I thought, he won't forgive me so easily. Again, he's implying that he had beef with Von Karma, and I guess Edgeworth by association. Mr. Shields, I understand that you can't forgive me for what I've done. I'm also fully aware of your hatred toward those involved with Von Karma. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I'm no longer the same as I was back then. Back when I idolized Von Karma. Yeah, pal! Mr. Edgeworth's a changed man! Sure, he may have been a cruel, inhuman prosecutor in the past. But now he's completely different, pal. When you put it that bluntly, it kind of hurts. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth's not a bad guy anymore. I wouldn't even call him a prosecutor. He's more like, a hero, yeah. He even helped me out in that big case last month. A hero? That's some pretty big talk there, Missy. He's a magnificent hero, although he'd be no match for a great thief like me. Mr. Shields, don't the actions of the PIC appear strange to you? I believe there may be something else hidden behind this case. I can't afford to quit at this juncture. Please let me help you with the investigation. I'm begging you. Oh, Edgeworth being humble here. Never expected you to grovel like this. Sure looks like you've changed alright. And I'm kinda interested in the cause of all this. You're interested in what changed me? If I had to say, it would probably be the courtroom itself. All the experiences I've had, and all the people I've met inside the courtroom. And perhaps reunited with my old friends. Yeah, you're talking about Phoenix there. And possibly Larry, although he might not give him credit out loud. Never expected you, of all people, to change. Who would have thought that you'd lay open your heart like that? I'm sure that man would be surprised as well. Guess I can't turn you away. Maybe long overdue, but allow me to properly reintroduce myself. If you'd be so kind as to read this. Edgeworth Law Office's Raymond Shields, head attorney. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Oh, right, because, yeah, his father was... Yeah, Mr. Shields was an assistant to my deceased father. Gregory Edgeworth, yep. Really? Your father was a defense attorney? So that means that man Mr. Shields talked about is... Correct, my cute little K. Prosecutor Edgeworth's old man. I never changed the name of the firm. It's my way of showing my appreciation for his help. Prosecutor Edgeworth. No, wait. Miles. Uncle Ray doesn't fully trust you just yet. It may have been temporary, but the fact remains. You were once a disciple of Von Karma. You say you've changed, but you'll need to prove it to me with your actions. Even your old man would have wanted it this way. Yes, I understand. Alright, I'm getting tired of all this stuffy talk, so let's give it a rest and move on. For now, we'll make you my temporary assistant. How's that sound? Sorry to trouble you. But this outcome's kind of moving, yeah? The prodigal son returning to work in his late father's law firm. What about me? What about me? Of course, you can help too, Kay. Alright, thanks a lot, Mr. Shields. I mean, boss. Now then, let's get right to work. Let's see, first off... What do you think we should do, Miles? That's right, I had some unfinished business yesterday. So it wasn't the victim, but rather it was the first person to discover the body who screamed. Yeah, we were in the middle of... We were in the middle of grilling Elbert on why he didn't hear the scream. Why don't we find them and listen to what they have to say? Yeah, that's it. Uncle Ray thinks so, too. Upbeat as always. Okay, with that decided, let's hurry up and grill him. Sir, what am I supposed to do? Detectives can't help defense attorneys. Can't just leave him be. Detective, I'll give you a special assignment. I want you to assist Mr. DeBest in his investigation and follow his orders. And then, if you discover anything useful, I want you to share it with us. Detective, this is a job that only you can do. Can we count on you? Yes, sir. Leave it to me. I'm really good at leaking investigation reports to defense attorneys. Ain't that the truth? Normally, that would be a problem for me, but it may come in handy this time. Alright, let's get moving, shall we? Time to go to jail. Now then, where's the person who first discovered the body? For now, all we can do is ask around. Hold it right there. Who's this? Huh? Who the hell are you? Man, that's a big coat. Who is this woman? Excuse me, but... Oh, you're simply irresistible. Huh? Do you mean me? Very nice indeed. What an elegant mustache. Pleasure to meet you, mademoiselle. Defense attorney Ray Shields at your service. How about we exchange greetings with a hug? Oh, but of course. Oh God, she... Uncle Ray's lips. A proper greeting should begin with a hug and a kiss. Well, now this... Almost like it was stolen from him. Yes, a remarkable feat of quickness that would put the great thief to shame. I feel that close contact is very important. This goes for my family here in my home as well. Quite a splendid way of thinking there. I'm the warden, Patricia Rowland. Oh, you're the warden. But please, just call me Patty. The warden. So she's in charge of the prison and detention center. Nice to meet you. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Wait. Edgeworth, you never knew who it was? You've never met the warden before? I'm Mr. Shields' assistant. Pardon me for asking, but were you here in the prison yesterday? But of course. Yesterday was a day that I wouldn't have missed for the world. Wouldn't have missed for the world? Did you have some kind of important meeting? Oh, heavens no, I despise meetings. It was the animal show, of course. Animal show? A wonderful spectacle featuring animals dancing and flying through the air. I always see it along with everyone else in our home. We're one big happy family. We built a special stage in the courtyard just for this performance. A performance for the prisoners' enjoyment. Yesterday, Elbert mentioned some kind of recreation. I suppose the animal show is what he was referring to. When did the the show take place? It started at 8 a.m. and ended around 10 a.m. Okay, so that's... Again, that's what Elbert was talking about. That's exactly when the body was discovered. So he was killed during that show. So whoever saw the show would probably have an alibi. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be going. I have business to attend to. Please, take your time and have a look around our home. So where should we start, Mr. Edgeworth? There was a prisoner who heard the scream from the person who first discovered the body. Let's start by talking with him. Which should have been this guy, right? Oh. Mr. Piggy? It's a pot-bellied pig. Let's hope it doesn't become dinner. How nice. It's like a zoo. Although it's the humans who are treated like animals in here. Do you think they'd find out if I took one home with me? I think if you did that, you'd be the one behind bars. Where's the person who first discovered the body right now? Around this time, I think he should be in the workroom in the back. The workroom. I should go take a look. Kitty! Hey, you there. I'd like to ask you some questions. So cute. Meow. He really is. Meow. Hey, you! Meow! He finally noticed me. By the way, what's this cat's name, Meow? His name is Normal. Meow. From Garfield? That's enough. Carry on with your duties. What we have here is a failure to communicate. See the crime scene from these small windows. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just go peeping in like that. You need to be more sneaky and check your surroundings. Why must I behave like a common criminal? I thought you wanted me to teach you my special steal a glance technique. I don't need your techniques. Hello, is this occupied? Okay, that's not a restroom. Hey, guard, do you have a minute? Sir, what is it? Is anyone using that workroom right now? Presently, there's one prisoner working inside. I'm positive he's been in there since the noon roll call. We would like to ask the prisoner a few questions, if that's acceptable. Yes, sir. I'll bring him out, so please wait a moment. I'll leave this to you, Miles. What do you mean? Because I don't know what kind of scary guy will come out of that room. Mr. Shields, you're a scaredy cat, even though you're an adult. Same to you, Kay. Here he comes. Oh my god, it's... The culprit from the very first case. In the very first game. Oh my god, so many familiar faces coming back. Oh, good day to you, sirs. Are you the ones who requested my presence? The friggin' happy mask salesman. He doesn't seem like a dangerous criminal. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor. A prosecutor, is that right? I'm Ray Shields, a defense attorney. Mr. Shields, his demeanor completely changed once we saw who we were dealing with. Sorry about that. My assistant says strange things sometimes. He's not a prosecutor, just my assistant. Hey, get your act together, Miles. I guess I messed up. Forgot about my new job. No wonder I thought you were different from the prosecutor who visited me yesterday. Looks like he's already spoken to DeBest. May we ask you a few questions? Oh yes, of course you may. My name is Frank Sawit. Okay, go for it, Miles. Guess I'll be asking the questions after all. Mr. Sawit, you're aware of the murder that occurred here yesterday, correct? Where were you when the body was discovered? I was in this room where I'd been working. What kind of work? Well, my goal is to become a pet groomer. An animal beautician, so to speak. Oh yes, I was inside cultivating my skills. In any other prison, such training would be unheard of. That was all, honestly. I didn't see a thing. Oh? So why are you tensing up all of a sudden? Why'd he say that? I haven't even asked him anything yet. Which is why, sad to say, I won't be any help to you.
Hold it!
Mr. Sawit, I haven't even asked you anything yet. No, wait, that's... Even if you were to ask, I wouldn't... You know something, don't you? That's... It seems he is indeed hiding something. Let's try to press it out of him. First, let us assess the layout of the board. My opponent's condition is... Oh, jeez. I'm afraid I didn't see a thing, so I won't be any help to you. This man's expressions don't change much. It's a true poker face. It may be difficult to read his emotions from his body language. Perhaps I should focus on how he phrases his words. It may reveal what's on his mind. Now for my opening move. I'll start by asking about who this man is. Even if he hides his emotions, if I push the right buttons, I'm sure I'll cause a change. Are you involved with this case? Are you referring to the murder that occurred inside this prison? I had nothing to do with it at all. Is that true? I would never dream of being involved in a murder plot. Oh, really? How should I put it? I'm An upright model citizen, after all. Really. Common sense tells me an upright model citizen would have never ended up behind bars. Well, that is... Tell me what you know about the incident. I already told you I don't know a damn thing! I really don't know anything. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for that outburst, but I will be of no assistance. Pardon my rudeness. It's just that the murder occurred in this rather confined prison. It seems unnatural that you do not know anything about it. Oh, unnatural, is that so? If you're looking for the person who discovered the body, you should try someone else. Did I... How did you know we were looking for the person who discovered the body? I don't recall saying a word about that. Are you sure you don't know anything? No, it was merely a hunch I had. I'm but a humble pet groomer in training. I honestly have no recollection of the murder. I'm positive that this man is hiding something. For my next move, I'll ask him about his movements on the day of the murder. Alright, but I think it's time for us to pause again, so now that we have a little bit of a break in this, we'll continue our interrogation in a few minutes. Okay, we're back. So let's continue interrogating this, this blast from the past. I will expose his true nature hidden beneath that suspicious smile. Okay, what happened the day of the murder? Let's talk about what happened on the day of the murder. If you truly had nothing to do with it, there shouldn't be a problem, correct? Oh, well... on the day of the murder, there was a lot going on. Okay. Tell me what you were doing on that day. As I mentioned earlier, I was cultivating my skills as a groomer in training. I was trimming the coats of the animals at the time. Didn't the murder cause a panic? I imagine the entire prison must have been in an uproar. Well, but... there was no panic. I could even hear someone's voice. Like a scream? Someone's voice. Judging from the circumstances, I suppose it was a scream that you heard. So you do have a recollection of the murder. You kept insisting that you knew absolutely nothing about the murder. But you did not give credence to your claims. Well, I thought I heard someone's voice, but... in any case, I don't remember it very well. The scream at the time of the murder. It might be a clue. I better keep that in mind. Let's talk about what happened on the day of the murder. If you truly had nothing to do with it, there shouldn't be a problem, correct? Oh, well... on the day of the murder, there was a lot going on. What was the state of the prison at the time? I don't remember it too well. My memory is rather poor. Let's try using that clue. You don't remember? Ridiculous. Didn't you say earlier that you heard a scream? If that wasn't... I could very well be mistaken. At any rate, I honestly do not remember. You still don't remember? Enough with your lies. I ain't lying, you... I mean, I'm telling the truth. You Angie? You salty, bro? In any case, I was absorbed in grooming the animals. By the way, how skilled would you say you are in animal grooming? My technique with the scissors still needs some work, but I'm very confident in my handling of the animals. When the animals become frightened, I calm them with my gentle hands. Frightened? Oh yeah, he said before, mentioned the animals being frightened again, which means something happened that day that also frightened them. Why would the animals have become frightened? I don't think that's a common occurrence. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Perhaps the reason they were frightened was because of someone's scream. Why are you trying so hard to hide the fact that there was a scream? Are you concealing some vital information from me? There goes your bishop. I'm doing nothing of the sort. It's true that I heard some sort of scream, but I'm not trying to hide it. He's starting to show his true colors. I should be more aggressive with my next move. I'll ask him about the scream. Time to give him a taste of the futility of keeping a secret from me. When did you hear the scream? That's it, I just remembered. At the time of the murder, there was an event going on. It was the animal show. I'd gone there to see it. So you're saying that since you were watching the show, you didn't hear the scream. That's completely different from everything you've said up until now. Shut up! So what if it is? I mean, my memory's just so hazy. The animal show is very enjoyable. What kind of animals performed in that show? Well, I believe I saw a whale. Wow, you are really you are as bad a liar as ever. Did you ride the whale? You liar. You didn't see the animal show at all. Ugh! Well, that is, I sort of saw it and I sort of didn't. He didn't see the show. This could be a clue. Do you know who the scream belonged to? Well, I was mistaken. When the incident occurred, I just happened to be in the courtyard. That's why I didn't hear the scream. Just how deep are you gonna dig your pit of lies? It's obvious you didn't see the animal show. There's no way out of this. Tell me what really happened. Confess everything you know about the scream. I cannot answer what I cannot answer. I didn't hear the scream from the person who discovered the body. That's strange. Normally, if you hear a scream during a murder, it's usually from the victim. We're gonna bluff this guy, aren't we? Because we know the victim... It wasn't the victim who screamed. Why would you think the scream was from the person who discovered the body? My mistake. How? How did you know the scream was from the person who discovered the body? Well, that's because... you were the one who... He's the one who discovered the body. Allow me to answer for you. That's because you're the one who discovered the body. And the scream that was heard when the murder occurred didn't come from the victim. It came from you when you discovered the body. Just who do you think you are? It is just as you say, but what gives you the right to do this? Checkmate. It's now clear who discovered the body. You have no more reason to withhold your testimony, correct? Very well, I'll tell you. But I doubt my testimony is worth hearing. Whether or not it's worth hearing is for me to decide. I'll expose the truth with my own hands. That is my sole duty. I think you're a little off there, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? We're not trying to expose the truth. We're trying to save Simon. Isn't our goal to help out our clients? I mean, you're not a prosecutor right now. You're a defense attorney's assistant. I was gonna say, Kay's getting into this role pretty fast. Well said there, Kay. She's right on the money, Miles. The official task of the Edgeworth Law Offices is to defend our clients. Your old man, who founded the firm, truly valued the bonds he had with his clients. So if you're not willing to do the same, maybe you weren't cut out for this job. I don't want to fire you on the spot either, so have a heart, okay? The heart of a defense attorney, huh? In any case, it's important that we hear the testimony of the person who discovered the body. Start talking, Mr. Sawit. Tell me what happened when you found the body. Alright, what you got? I was in the workroom over there practicing my skills. By some chance, I got curious about the adjacent workroom and went up to the door. I peeked in through the small window in the door. Then I saw him lying there, a man, not moving, dead. I quailed in fright and found myself letting out a scream. If I may confirm one thing. You were in the room right next to the one where the body was found. Within the prison, we call it Workroom B. And you were in there the whole time on the day of the murder. Yes, after the 7 a.m. roll call, I remained inside the whole time. In this prison, we have roll call 3 times a day. At 7 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m. check the workrooms during those times, too. Exactly. I see. So during the 7 a.m. roll call, there was nothing amiss. And Knightley's body was not in the workroom yet. Okay, so that means he was killed sometime between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. So, it sounds like the murder occurred after 7 a.m., huh? And that's right when the animal show started. Correct. The other prisoners went to see the animal show. Meaning anyone who did not see the show doesn't have an alibi. Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Sawit? Yes, that's certainly true. However, I merely discovered the body. His testimony has a clear contradiction. I should press him about that first. By some chance, I got curious about the adjacent workroom. Okay, I want to hear more. I'd like to hear you elaborate on that. You were curious about the adjacent room. Precisely. I felt the need to look inside. Why did you feel that way? Even if you ask me why, I just did it on a whim. So you weren't concentrating on your training. No, nothing of the sort, for I'm a model prisoner. It's just that the other prisoners had left to see the animal show. Which is why I was feeling somewhat lonely. Yeah, that's like being stuck in a classroom after school's let out. Yes, that's right. And since I couldn't enter the other workroom, I peeked into the small window on the door. The small window, so you couldn't get a clear look. Indeed, as you can see, there's a grill covering the window. It doesn't offer a wide view at all. Normally the guards use it to check inside the rooms, right? Precisely. You seem to be well versed on this matter. Well, I happen to know a thing or two about prisons, you know. What does she mean by that? I'll have to find out the details later. In any case, I peeked into the room from the window. I saw him lying there, a man not moving, dead. You knew it was a man right away. It was clear judging from his physique and clothing. Even the fact that he was dead was as plain as day. You could tell he was dead through that tiny window. Well, it's not the first time I've seen a dead body. We know that. What? So you mean the reason you're in here is because... I'm ashamed to admit it, but it is as you say. However, this was my first time seeing a body that someone else had killed. There was something about the... Yeah, wouldn't... Wouldn't the alarm have wouldn't the alarm have gone off if he had either left the one workroom or gone up to the door of the other one?
Objection!
Mr. Sawt, please stop telling such feeble lies. You don't seem to understand your position. My position? I used to be a newspaper salesman, but then I took up the pet groomer training.
Hold it!
What about that bracelet on your wrist? It proves that you're unmistakably a prisoner. And as long as you wear that bracelet, you shouldn't be able to move around as you please. As soon as you went through the door, the sensor would have sounded the alarm. Oh, that is... And the guards testified that no alarm went off that day. Peeking into the adjacent room is impossible, when you couldn't even leave the one you were in. Hoo-wee! Nice one, Miles. That was a real humdinger. But does that mean Mr. Sawt didn't see the body? I'm not sure. Perhaps we should let the man himself explain it to us. Huh? You see, that is... well... Forgive me, it appears my previous explanation was lacking. I should clearly explain how I was able to see the body. Please do. Very well. Let us hear your revised testimony. There's a rather well-known technique among the prisoners here. If the hand with the bracelet stays in the room, you can step out without sounding the alarm. That's how I was able to peek into the adjacent room. The moment I realized that the man inside was dead, I let out a scream. So that means... he kept his arm inside workroom B while he peeked into the adjacent room. The doors are right next to each other, so I guess it's possible, maybe. I'd appreciate if you didn't mention this to anyone, especially the guards, okay? Was that what he was trying to hide earlier? I should try asking him for more details about a few other things as well. All you gain by doing that is a small degree of freedom. Naturally, but it's all that we have left to enjoy. I'm shocked that you enjoy such a thing. Have you truly reflected on what you've done? But of course, for I'm a model prisoner. Your definition of model is highly suspicious. Regardless, was that the technique you used? Yes, that is correct. I made sure no guards were around when I did it.
Hold it!
Why would you do something so troublesome and potentially dangerous? I heard a noise coming from the adjacent room. It seemed odd to me, as there shouldn't have been anyone inside. Oh. So you peeked into the adjacent workroom as soon as you heard the noise? Yes, of course. I peeked in as soon as I could. I see. Is there a problem with that statement? Let's just... If you looked into the adjacent room immediately after you heard the noise, if that was true, then you should have seen more than just a dead body. Yeah, he probably would have seen the murderer. You should have seen the person who made the noise. That is, well... He looks really shaken. Mr. Saw It, answer me. What did you really see? If you intend to remain silent, I'll have no choice but to assume that you're complicit to the murder. Oh, please forgive me. It's just that I couldn't even believe what I saw myself. It may have been just a dream. I hesitate to even recall it. Tell me what happened. Very well. I'll be frank with you. I saw a dog. It was a nightmarish scene. A large black dog. Oh, that was biting into the neck of the victim. Oh. What? What did you say? It was a truly hellish scene. That dog killed him. Oh, I think I'm gonna be sick. That's some grade A trauma right there. I was chilled to my very core, and I let out a shriek. A man-eating dog inside the zoo of a prison? Again, very similar to what the cold open implied. That was everything I saw. Do you believe me now? Yes, I do. I doubt one would be able to lie about something like that. Would you add that to your testimony? Certainly. To my horror, there was a black dog biting his neck.
Hold it!
A black dog was biting the victim's neck. Yes, blood came pouring out, and as a result, the dog's mouth became stained with it. Stop! You don't need to get that detailed. At that time, was the victim... Mr. Edgeworth, why'd you ask him that? Kay, why'd you hit Uncle Ray? The man didn't even flinch. He must have been dead already. But the blood continued to gush from his neck. He most likely had passed away already. His hands moved nary an inch. Way too much detail. Are you doing this on purpose? Certainly not. I'm just trying to give an accurate testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, shall I add that statement to my testimony? If you would. It was terrifying. A truly terrifying sight. Passed away. The ring with the snowflake insignia glimmered with no purpose but to catch my eye. Okay, that one's kind of weird. That part of the statement is kind of weird. A ring with a snowflake insignia. Impressive memory. I was formerly a newspaper salesman. I had to quickly identify what a customer wanted based on his appearance and attitude. In order to form a successful sales strategy, it's the most basic of the basics. But you're dealing with a corpse, not a customer. Are you like that with everyone? Yes, it's already become an ingrained habit of mine. It was an important point that could determine the success or failure of a sale. That's how you were able to easily recall such a minor detail? Precisely. Even the engraved insignia is crystal clear. Is that really possible? What was the state of the body when you found it? What was the state of the body when we found it? I should review my evidence. I have an unerring eye, that much I can declare. So Knightley was killed by a dog that was being kept here in the prison? I find that hard to believe. They say that pets take after their owners, yeah? It doesn't have to take after them that much. This completely defeats the purpose of the animal therapy. Perhaps I should ask about the dog a little more. Let me see, though. Right. Right, when we found the body, the hand that the ring was on was covered by that sheet. So how did he see it?
Objection!
A ring with a snowflake insignia? Yes, that is correct. It was clearly engraved on the surface. I see. Your testimony is very accurate. But it's a little too accurate, if you ask me. What's wrong with being accurate? You state that you saw a ring with a snowflake insignia engraved onto it. And it's true that the victim was wearing such a ring. See? Was I not correct? That's not the issue I have with your testimony. Take a look at this picture. As you can see, the right hand is covered by a sheet. It should not have been possible for you to see the engraving on the ring. Unless you'd approached the body and lifted up the sheet for yourself. You said you only looked into the workroom through the door. And yet you gave such a detailed account of what you saw. Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. Oh, the victim must have moved his arm after I saw it.
Objection!
I don't think so. You said as much earlier. Right. The victim was already dead. How had he been able to move his arm? This guy's looking pretty suspicious now, yeah? Frank saw it. Where are you hiding, you scoundrel? No, I ain't. I'm not. That is... You're wrong. I know what I saw. And there goes... He throws the toupee again. Shut up already. Stop making a fuss about every little thing I say. You're just a defense attorney's assistant! He's finally shown his true self. Whoa, I guess the cat's out of the bag. A black hairy one at that. Just went flying. I'm just your friendly neighborhood witness. Are you really just a witness? I would say that you're rather suspicious. What was that? You saw something that could not have been seen from the outside of the room. How is that possible? The logic behind it is simple. Mr. Sod, this is where you saw the body from.
Take that!
When you discovered the body, you went inside the room where it laid. Since you saw the engraving on the ring, that's the only possibility. Even if you say that, you ain't got no evidence, do ya? Where's the evidence that shows that I was in that room? I was grooming pets at that time. In the room adjacent to where the body was found. I even went so far as to borrow some rubber gloves. Oh. Is that this? I see he's got one glove hanging from his apron there, but is this the partner? Mr. Sawt, what were you doing when the body was discovered? Didn't I tell you already? I was practicing being a pet groomer. I see. In that case, if you happen to recognize this glove... Oh, that's... This was found near the body. It's believed to have been dropped by the culprit. By the way, I noticed that you also have a rubber glove hanging out of your apron pocket. No, this is, something else.
Hold it!
Looks like you're missing one of your gloves. You can find gloves like these anywhere in the prison. Your evidence proves nothing.
Objection!
Perhaps we should hand this glove over to the police for fingerprinting. I'm certain they'll find some interesting results. It's over.
Objection!
What the? Oh. Pretty cool, right? My objection voice? That was pretty good, yeah. Mr. Shields, could you save the jokes for later? I'm not joking, because it's not over yet. There's still something else. Something that's clearly odd. That guy's a prisoner, you know? He's got the bracelet and all. Right, so how did he go from the one room to the other without tripping the alarm? That's right. How did he get into the other workroom? The sensor would have set off the alarm, right? He's right. That's the only thing we don't know yet. Not so fast, Mr. Prisoner. Could you fill us in? And we know it gives you an electric shock if you try to force it off. That's pretty weird. The bracelet should have been his last line of defense. Defense? That's right, Kay. It was useful evidence for Mr. Prisoner here. He could have claimed that due to the bracelet, he wasn't able to enter the room. But he didn't say a word about it. Is there any reason why you didn't? The silent treatment, huh? Well, the judge yesterday did say that silence is golden. Wow, you really are a hotshot defense attorney, Mr. Shields. Defense attorneys always remain calm in a pinch, and smile in the face of danger. That's what your old man taught me. The defense attorney's creed, yeah? So what's the deal? Why didn't you mention anything about the bracelet? Oh. Oh, you got your toupee back. The truth is, it's broken. Broken? Some time ago, I took a spill and the bracelet hit the floor with a loud bang. Ever since then, it's not been able to activate the sensor. Oh, well. Doesn't take much then to deactivate them. Forgive me. It was so convenient. I didn't want to report it. I see. So the bracelet was broken. But did it really break so easily? Exactly. If that's true, there's a problem with the prison security. Exactly. You, over there. May I have a moment? Here, kitty kitty. Such a cute little guy. Yes, you are. Meow. Excuse me? Yes, what can I do for meow? This prisoner's bracelet appears to be broken. What? Really? That's not good at all. I'll contact the person in charge and have it replaced immediately. Thank you. I'll be holding on to the broken bracelet for the time being. Yes, sir. Please take care of it. Now that the bracelet's been taken care of, shall we move on to arresting you for murder? What? Perish the thought! I didn't kill anyone! But your bracelet was broken, right? Doesn't that mean you could have gone anywhere you wanted during the animal show? But all I did was find the body, honest! And it's true that I saw the dog biting his neck. However, I entered the workroom after the dog had left. Why did you do that? Well, it was just... I was curious if he had anything of value on him. So, he was planning to loot the corpse. That's why he remembers Knightley's ring so well. Why are you looking at me, Mr. Edgeworth? I am a great thief. Please don't put me on the same level as him. Yeah, because the guy's... Because remember... His real profession was actually being a burglar before. And of course his last heist, of course, the victim walked in on him and he killed them for it. But I didn't take a thing. The animal show had ended, and the other prisoners were making their way back down here. I hurried back to my workroom and let out a scream to deceive the others. And that's when you drop your rubber glove. Okay, so it got the blood on it when he dropped it in the pool of blood there, but... Pet grooming doesn't seem to involve mud. A lot of mud, does it? I guess the story holds up. What do you think, Miles? Whether he's the murderer or not, one big question remains. How did Knightley get all the way from his holding cell to the prison? Yeah, I feel like that needs to be cleared up as well. And And there's something Mr. Saw had said in his testimony that I'm very concerned about. That dog. If that dog had any part in the murder... Mr. Saw. Yes? What is it? Were there any other prisoners who didn't see the animal show? Yes, there's only one other that I know of. And this prisoner wouldn't have been able to see the show, even if he wanted to, correct? Yes, that's correct. Why do you ask? Just as I thought. I had my suspicions as soon as I saw that black dog. That fiendish criminal. I never expected him to be held here in this prison. Where's his cell? Do you intend to meet him? Him? Who's him? He's a very special man. He receives very special treatment, and... Oh, forgive me. I need to watch what I say about him. However, if you value your lives, I would advise you to stay away from him. Hey, cut it out already. You're giving me the creeps. A puppet master in the shadows, huh? Yeah, I still value my life. He's being held in the special cell. Over there, in that direction. Special cell. Certainly seems like he received special treatment. Well, so just who is this him anyway? To protect my own life, all I can tell you is that he's the oldest prisoner here. My deepest apologies, but I can't say anymore. He's truly terrifying. Care to fill me in? Feels like you're leaving Uncle Ray behind here. He's someone I knew in the past. Ooh. Let's head for the special cell. I believe that black dog should be there as well. Ooh. Okay, I think this is a good cutoff to where we'll once again take a quick pause, and we'll see who this special prisoner is when I come back. See you in a few. Alright, let's go. Let's go see who this mystery prisoner in the special cell is. Edgeworth seems to already know who it is. Hey, it's pitch black in here. I can't see a thing at all. Aren't you always talking about how the Yatagarasu is able to flap even in the darkest night? Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagarasu. Oh, that was pretty cool. But still, I can't see what I can't see. I'm still just a human. There's that bell again. Puppy. Ugh. No. Mr. Edgeworth, I presume. That voice. It can only be... It has been far too long. So you still remember me? It would be impossible to forget. Because it was you who did what none could do. And placed me here in this cell. Don't tell me that the dog is talking to you, Mr. Edgeworth. No. Is there someone else there? Can't see anything, though. Down, boy. It's rude to frighten the visitors. Here, allow me to illuminate this dark room. Such noisy visitors, from the voices and footsteps. 2 more in the back. I don't think we've seen you before. Have we? But it would be rude not to introduce myself. I am called Sirhan Dogan. Mr. Edgeworth and I, we are old acquaintances. Yeah, I guess it's not somebody from Edgeworth's past, but not someone from a previous Ace Attorney game. This man is a former assassin. The blind assassin, Sirhan Dogan. His weapons are sharp knives and a ferocious dog. His appearance is always accompanied by the sound of a bell. It is said that the ringing of this bell in the darkness is the last sound his victims hear. Would you be so kind as to share the reason why you've come, Mr. Edgeworth? That will not be necessary. You're already well aware of why we're here. Seems we know each other quite well. Aww. We suspect your dog of committing the murder. The witness who discovered the body saw him biting it. There must be some mistake. My boy is obedient. He would never do such a thing. Right, Anubis? Oh, nice. Okay, good name for a black dog. Good boy, good boy, good boy. Anubis may be your guide dog, but you raised him to be a vicious killer. he was one of the weapons you used as an assassin. To begin with, is the witness of a reliable sort? Well, not really, but... Ugh. It's true that Sod is also one of the suspects. And it's difficult to say if we can trust his testimony. In any case, I think you have the wrong dog. Right, Anubis. Right, boy. I wonder if he knows who the witness is. I would like to hear your alibi from 10 a.m. or from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. yesterday morning. During the animal show? I was in my humble cell the entire time. I took up whittling recently. My focus was solely on the wood and chisel in my hands. The prisoners have free access to chisels here? Normally that's not allowed. Yeah, I was gonna say, that sounds like something... like hammers and chisels. Yeah, giving the prisoners access to that is... yeah, that's not very... I don't know about that. The warden is a kind soul. She has given me special permission. Kind? Ridiculous. Even 5 metal chisels? Become deadly weapons in his hands. I started out by carving these Buddha statues. But I moved on to other shapes after the 674th. 674 Buddha statues? Really, that many? All it takes is time, which I have plenty of. Here's what I'm working on now. Ooh, chess. Ooh, nice. Okay, I like the Cerberus piece there, but I don't know where that comes into play during chess. I did not know that you played chess. Do you play as well, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to test your wits in a game sometime. I only started playing since my arrival here, so I'm still inexperienced. What is this piece? It's a 3-headed dog? Just for the fun of it, I carved this hound piece. Chess is a game of war. Pawns, knights, castles. Each side pushing their forces to the limits to take the life of the enemy's king. However, I found the absence of dogs to be strange. Hounds are an indispensable part of warfare. But it is nothing more than folly. I still play by all the normal rules of chess. Isn't it difficult for you to find opponents here in prison? I always play Correspondence Chess. Oh wait, then Knightley was a fan of chess as well, so did he play against him? Maybe when I said the killer was a sore loser, it wasn't... maybe I wasn't too far off. Correspondence chess. So you play chess through the mail. Prisoners are allowed to send and receive letters, although they are subject to inspection. At the moment, I'm waiting for my opponent's next move. I see. So he plays chess with people outside of this prison. Do you know who was murdered? It's Horace Knightley, a most unfortunate lad. Your ears are as sharp as ever. They're all I can rely on. As I thought, he has full knowledge of everything that goes on in this prison. On second thought, he might be fortunate after all. Fortunate? How so? He committed a grave crime, but he was able to avoid punishment for it. An assassination attempt on the president? What a bold man. Assassination attempt. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, didn't Mr. Knightley just... He may have killed his own superior, but he never attempted to take the president's life. That's true. The assassination attempt on the president himself was... That was the hoax that he capitalized on in order to kill Rook. Are they trying to conceal the fact that the assassination was staged by the president? Whoa, 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 hold your horses. Knightley didn't attack the president? But Uncle Ray was requested to defend him in court on charges of attempted assassination. You didn't know either, Uncle Ray? What does this mean? So they're trying to pin the whole thing on Mr. Knightley? I see. Because the assassination attempt was supposed to be a hoax, the president of Zengfall might not want to let that get out, so maybe Knightley was meant to just take the fall for the whole thing. Now I see why the PIC is taking action. Ah, so that's why they removed you from the case. That that DePest guy was going to indict him on charges of attempted assassination. And in doing so, they would have twisted the truth. I suspected it was a false charge. Is that why Knightley was killed then? Was to silence him before the trial? I heard about it from one of the guards, about Knightley. He kept desperately insisting I didn't assassinate anyone. But the courts are supposed to bring the truth to light. I may not be well versed in law, but I can say one thing for certain. Some of the prisoners here were convicted on false charges. That's the reality of it. Right, Anubis? Right, boy? Leaving the truth in the care of the court can be dangerous. Leaving the truth in the care of the court is dangerous. Huh. There was someone who said the exact same thing before. That investigator from Interpol who doesn't trust prosecutors. Ah, Lang. Yes. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? Fueled by those ideas, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. I doubt his distrust is cleared up completely. You feel the same way, don't you, Anubis? The truth of the courts and Mr. Edgeworth's reasoning both can't be trusted, right? Ugh. It is nothing to be upset about. You're not the only one who suspects me. Yesterday, the other prosecutor and that judge came here too. Oh. Them. They brought the warden along. How they despise me. Oh, it must have been those two rude people from before. Prosecutor DeBest and Judge Courtney. They thoroughly inspected my room, but left without finding a thing. Seems they were searching for the murder weapon. 'Tis a shame. They searched the other prisoners' cells too, not just mine. Yet they were still unable to find anything. All that hard work was for naught. No murder weapon was found, huh? This is quite a problem. What should we do? Zod's testimony alone won't hold up. In order to confront him, we'll need evidence. Now, if my guest would be so kind as to leave. Right, Anubis? Show them the way out. Does this mean what I think it means? Well, let's get going, Mr. Edgeworth. We shall meet again, Dogen. It would be a shame for our long-awaited reunion to end so soon. I'll be waiting. Now then, we still need to find that murder weapon. Mr. Edgeworth? She went all the way up there? It's fine now, Kay. Come down from there. Where's Mr. Shields? Beats me. He just took off running like death was after him. Good grief, that man. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? Continue investigating. First, we should start by solving that one mystery. Knightley's body was found in a workroom inside the prison. However, he was supposed to be in the detention center's holding cell. Right. How did he get to the prison under such tight security? Let's go investigate the holding cell at the detention center. That was where Mr. Knightley was held, right? What about Uncle Ray? Let's just leave him be for now. I thought we were supposed to be his assistants, though. March 28th, 1:34 p.m. The victim's cell is in the detention center. And the detention center was this way. Let's check it out, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, this is truly just dreadful. What happened? Oh, Patty. That's the warden, Miss Rowland. She must have come from behind that no entry sign. So he still won't talk? Even after all the trouble you went through to get the evidence transferred from the precinct. That's right. I don't know how many times I've tried. I can't report back empty-handed. That assassin sure is one tough cookie, huh? Did you just say assassin? Oh my. Pardon me, but were you talking about Siren Dogan just now? Oh, eavesdropping, were you? You naughty boy. Did you question him personally, Warden Roland? Not just him. I try to have a heart-to-heart with all the prisoners and suspects. In my home, we're all family here. It's only fair I invite them to my warden's office. The warden's office? Oh, have you taken an interest in my room as well? It's just down this hallway, but outsiders are not allowed past this point. Down the hallway. So around there. Oh, that's those offices. Ho! It's such a lovely room. People do so enjoy being invited back there. I always show them the splendid view of my precious courtyard. The courtyard of this animal-filled prison. Oh, the courtyard of this animal-filled prison? I'd sure love to see it. I'm delighted that you want to see it, however I cannot invite you. What? You're not a child of our home. If you want to come to my room, you'll have to be convicted first. That's a rather high hurdle to clear. Goodness me, look at how long we've been talking. I was just about to feed Allie her lunch. Allie? She's my favorite little angel. Is that the... Okay, that's... The mink shoal around your neck, is that actually alive? Now, if you excuse me, I must be out to the courtyard. Toodaloo. Never got a chance to ask her about Dogan. Well, let's head over to Knightley's cell. This is the victim's cell. When did Mr. Knightley arrive in here again? It was after the President's welcoming ceremony, on the night of March 25th. So when and how did he move over to the prison? There might be some evidence left that can answer that. Alright, let's get cracking, Mr. Edgeworth. Investigation time again. Okay. His bed. Okay, we gotta... It's Horace Knightley's suit. According to the results of my investigation... What'd you find out? A man who looks good in a suit leaves a more favorable impression with the ladies. Ah! Next time I'll investigate men who look good in frills. Please don't bother. Newspaper. This newspaper is missing a few pages. They appear to be torn out. Dated the day before the murder. Why would someone tear out the pages from a newspaper? Maybe they used it to clean the cell instead of a rag? Clean the cell? It's quite possible. This looks like an uncomfortable bed to sleep in. But the pillow covers are clean. Not a speck of dust on them. this what the bed at Gummy's place looks like as well? No, if my hunch is correct, he has an old beat-up mattress lying around in his room. Something seems off. The floor here is clean. Was it mopped recently? Yeah, there's like dust on the floor, but like a part that looks like it was wiped up. Seems strange that only the area in front of the bed has been wiped clean. Was that you? Again, we found no dust on the pillow. So is the newspaper used to wipe it up? The floor here is clean. It was probably wiped down with something. Did someone spill grape juice here? I don't know exactly what was wiped away, but I can imagine what was used to wipe it. It's very likely it was this torn-up newspaper. Couldn't you have asked one of the guards if he could borrow a cleaning rag? Perhaps it was something he didn't want the guards to see. What else? Toilet? It's not as dirty as I thought it would be. And the toilet paper shows no signs of use. Looks like there are no problems with the toilet. There's a huge problem! What's the problem? It's totally awkward having the toilet out in the open like that. They need to think more about the end user. This facility wasn't designed with the spirit of service in mind. At least there is a little bit of a barricade there. The reflection in the mirror. Ah, it's a security camera. A great thief's archenemy. Guess they don't take too kindly to thieves here. There's no reason for a detention center to be kind to thieves. Guard, I would like you to check the footage of the security camera. If you find any problems, report to me at once. Understood, sir. Wouldn't they have done that already, though? Now what do we got here? What's this? Mr. Edgeworth, is this a dining menu? You can choose your daily meals in this detention center. However, unless you have the money, you won't be able to choose what you want to eat. Wait, you still have to pay for your meals? In the end, the world revolves around money. Doesn't this mean that the rich won't have to reflect on their crimes? Yes, well, those who come here haven't been declared guilty yet. There are a few good people who don't need to reflect. Probably. Sounds like you're just making excuses for them, Mr. Edgeworth. Why should I have to come up with excuses for the detention center? What's this? There's something on the desk. Seems to be some kind of memo. Let's take a closer look. This is chess notation. It was probably the victims. What's chess notation? It's a memo that records the positions of the pieces on a chessboard. this is a good match. My next move would be pawn to... No, actually, before that. Mr. Edgeworth, this is no time to be playing chess. Ah, you're right. The positions of the chess pieces recorded in this memo. I feel like I've seen something similar somewhere else. In Dogen's cell, right? Let me see, what was his... Rook, king... Okay, yeah, this is very similar. Okay.
Eureka!
This chess notation. I've seen it before. You're still thinking about chess. Focus on the investigation. Focus! Chess is quite important to this investigation. Okay, have a look at this. Are those the chess pieces from Dogen's cell? I don't know much about the rules of chess. The rules of chess are not important here. Look at the positions of the chess pieces in this memo, and the pieces in Dogen's cell. Do you notice anything? Ah! I don't know anything about the different chess pieces, but if you flip the board around, the position of the chess pieces are completely the same. Yes. Although the memo doesn't include the Cerberus chess piece. The positions of the other chess pieces are identical. What's going on here? So, it does look like Knightley and Dogen were playing chess. I always play correspondence chess. This might be hard to believe, but Dogen's chess opponent was... Are you saying he was playing against Mr. Knightley? With this, we now have the evidence to link Dogen with the victim. Oh, sweet. So, this is what our investigation turned up. Seems we found a major correlation between the victim and Dogen. This is terrible! What happened? The security camera recorded something terrible! What? Can you let me see it? Of course, sir. I have a portable playback device right here. Still on VHS, I see. Then let me see it right away. 6:42 a.m. This black thing has got to be that doggy, right? Up until this point, I thought the murder took place inside the prison. But it appears I was mistaken. So was he killed here, and his body was moved to the prison workroom? place where Knightley was attacked was...
Take that!
It was the detention center. And furthermore, he was attacked by Dojin's dog. This is the decisive evidence. Attacked by a black silhouette in the detention center's cell. If Knightley was killed in this room, then this piece of evidence we found in the cell takes on a new meaning. Oh, where something was wiped away. It was probably blood.
Take that!
For some reason, someone wiped the floor clean. It's possible they were wiping away blood stains. Thank you for your hard work. While I have your attention, may I ask for one more favor? What would that be? There should be a detective by the name of Dick Jumpshoe in the detention center or the prison. I'd like you to give him a message. Tell him to check this room for traces of blood, and give the results to me. Yes, sir. They should corner that old coot. No, not yet. We still don't know how Knightley and the dog moved from here to the prison. Yeah, that's a good point. That's true, but once we figure that out... Where should we check out next, Mr. Edgeworth? The guards here might know something about the murder. Let's see if we can learn any new details from them. Alright, let's continue our... Oh, Lang's here. Oh, sorry to intrude. There... And there's this badass music again. Well, if this isn't Mr. Prosecutor and the little lady. Fancy meeting you here. This man is Shilong Lang, an Interpol agent. About 2 weeks ago, he was in charge of investigating one of my cases. I would have thought he'd return to his native country of Zhangfa by now. Agent Lang, what brings you here? Just some boring work. Nothing you need to know about. On top of a black dog made of black wolf. Huh? You came alone today, Agent Lang. Usually, he'd have a huge police force with him. Mr. Prosecutor, it seems you've been busy these past few days. These past few days? Is he referring to the incident with the Zhangfa president? Yeah, it makes sense that he would be involved with that investigation. I would have thought you'd be involved in his security too. Our president doesn't even trust his own country's police force. Look at the results of hiring a private security company. It's laughable. Agent Lang doesn't trust prosecutors or the courts. That's why. He brings along a large force of capable policemen to thoroughly investigate the crime scene. Yes, if you and your subordinates had been there, the results might have been different. My subordinates, huh? They're no longer with me. They're not with you? Funny. Looks like I'm a real lone wolf now. Agent Lang, just what happened exactly? Didn't I tell you? It's nothing you need to know about. Well, be seeing you, Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Lang, I wonder what happened. Was he demoted? Yes, it troubles me too, but there's nothing we can do about it for now. Okay, let us continue with our own investigation. Got it. First, let's ask those guards a few questions. This is a difficult case. What's wrong? Is something troubling you? Sir, one of my uniforms has gone missing. But I'm certain I placed it in this locker. Maybe the uniform grew legs and walked off somewhere. What kind of logic is that? In any case, I wish you the best in your search. I'll be rooting for you. Yes, thank you for your support. A stolen guard uniform. Maybe our killer stole it? You there, have you seen a black dog around here? Of course not. If I'd actually seen it, I wouldn't be standing around here so carefree. Did something happen with that doggy? Okay, let's not press this matter any further. So Dojin's dog didn't come by the detention center. Oh, there you are. Who's this? Oh, Ray. Mr. Shields, where'd you go? Where indeed? I've been searching for you guys this whole time. Walking all around the prison's hard work, you know. That's strange, seeing as you came from the opposite direction. Yeah. I've got some new information. You want to hear it, do you? He sure changed the subject quickly. I heard a little something from the guards. It seems Knightley caused a bit of an incident 2 days ago. An incident? You know how Simon said he came to visit Knightley, right? After the visit, when Knightley returned to his cell, naturally, a guard escorted Knightley back to his cell. While the guard was unlocking his handcuffs, all of a sudden Knightley struck the guard and knocked him out. Oh. It seems he was going to attempt a jailbreak. By the time the other guards arrived, the key to his cell had disappeared. But there's been no reports of Knightley's jailbreak attempt 2 days ago. Exactly. Strange, isn't it? Right up until his death, he was still in his cell. What's more, Knightley claimed he never stole the key in the first place. In fact, they searched his cell, and the key was nowhere to be found. Okay, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Did the guard who was struck have anything to say? No one knows. He was taken to the hospital while he was still unconscious. He's still there now, it seems. So in the end, we still don't know what happened. It's you! That voice. Oh no, not you again. What are you still doing hanging around here? Well, you see, this is my assistant. Are you here to object our investigation and make me into a laughingstock? You don't need any help from us. Sebastian, I believe obstruct is the word you're looking for. In a way, I think his expression was apt. Pleasure meeting you again, Judge Courtney. I know. You're Simon Key's defense attorney, are you not? Well then, let's skip the formalities and celebrate our happy reunion with a hug. Oh. Nope. Oh. Or maybe not. Incidentally, I heard you mention an assistant a moment ago. Yeah, we're assistants at the Edgeworth law offices. Prosecutors are civil servants. To open a side business is to betray the goddess of law. As long as profit is not our objective, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Yeah, that's it. Miles here is a volunteer worker. The purpose of my office isn't to make money. We're pro bono. What a wonderful heart you have, defending others without demanding payment. I do have an amazing charitable heart. More importantly, I'd like you to explain your reasons for arresting Simon Keyes. There's no need to... Is that a challenge against me? No, I was speaking with Judge Courtney. I guess it can't be helped. If you want to take on the best, you will fall like the rest. I haven't said anything yet. But this is convenient. Then I will hear you out. What were your reasons for arresting Mr. Keyes? I see no need to inform you. Sebastian, let's... Just watch, Justine. Watch as I run around in circles against this useless prosecutor. I think you mean run circles around me. Yeah, that's what I meant. Prepare yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright. Alright, Draco, what do you have? So, you want to know my reasons for arresting that man? The answer is simple. Yes, we found traces of that guy over there. Huh? How's that? Perfectly simple. Perfectly decisive, right? Wrong? Of course, I was the first to notice it because I'm the best. How am I supposed to go about pressing that? How's that? Got nothing to say? Speechless in my presence. This guy sure talks a lot. So you're the one who arrested Mr. Keyes, I take it. Mr. DeBest, do you have the right to do such a thing? Well, obviously it was the police who carried out the arrest. But since it was under my direction, shouldn't it also count as my arrest? As I expected. It'd be difficult to deal with both of them at the same time, however. Her silence is troubling me. Just what is she thinking? Okay, elaborate on this. That guy over there. That's certainly vague. Well, don't they say, the best hears one thing and understands 10? You're just being lazy. Explain it more clearly. Sebastian, if it's alright with you, would you please explain it to them in more detail? I'm sure that everyone wants to hear what you have to say. Alright, if you insist, Justine. We discovered that. Perhaps you didn't know, but the victim carried a chessboard with him. From it, we found that suspect guy's, Simon Key's fingerprints. Well done, Sebastian. I bless you on behalf of the Goddess of Law. Please amend your testimony. Are you alright with that, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Yes. Chessboard. Okay, well... That's because Simon brought it to him.
Objection!
That doesn't mean anything. Fingerprints found on the chessboard. Is that the ace up your sleeve? Ace in my sleeve? Oh, ace in my sleeve? Yes, the methods I use are always the best. This ace is my trump card. Well then, allow me to show you that it is not, in fact, a trump card at all. Simon Keyes was the one who sent this chessboard to the victim in the first place. So it's only natural some of his prints would be left on it. Ugh! That took way too long. These fingerprints are hardly decisive evidence. Perhaps your arrest was a little too rash? Rash? To begin with, this incident occurred in the detention center in the prison. To suspect Simon just because he isn't a prisoner or a guard is a little unreasonable. Ugh! What? What's with him all of a sudden? I finally get what you're trying to say. Rash? You mean we were too quick to arrest the guy, right? He was stuck on that? Sure, I was the first to lay eyes on him. And I was the first to notice the evidence. That was even faster. But I'm not rash. Sure, Simon Keyes isn't a guard or a prisoner, but... Sebastian? Judge Courtney. What are you doing, Justine? Don't butt in like that. Pardon me, Sebastian. Yes, your words on the suspect are very interesting. However, shouldn't you get to the best part first? The best part? Why don't you tell them about your wonderful reasoning regarding the murder weapon? Good one, Justine. Nice suggestion. Mr. Edgeworth, listen to my first-rate reasoning.
Objection!
Will this reasoning explain why you arrested Mr. Keyes? I'm sure it will meet your expectations. Judge Courtney just changed the flow of the conversation. Just what is she planning? Murder weapon's location. It's obvious the murder weapon was a sharp metal object. However, the prison maintains strict control over potentially lethal items. So, that's why I've reasoned that the murder weapon was brought in from the outside. Yes, it was hidden inside that chessboard. And since only the victim and the suspect's fingerprints were found on the chessboard, isn't it obvious who brought and used the murder weapon? At least it's clearer than his last testimony. It's the best reasoning you can get from prosecutor. The best. How do you like that? Now he's mixing up the best with his own name. But could someone really hide a weapon inside a gift sent to the prisoner? You'll find a good place if you examine the inside of the chessboard. Inside the chessboard? Is there some place to hide a weapon? Ooh, we didn't really check it out yet, did we? As I thought, there are only chess pieces inside. Wow, what an annoying laugh. Inside the chessboard, huh? Perhaps I should examine it a bit further. Are you talking about... Oh, there's a secret compartment. The top panel is removable. It's quite deep. It's quite deep. Yes, there's more than enough room to hide a small knife. Understand now? This is how the culprit smuggled in the... What's with the I wasn't even finished. Mr. DeBest, there's something you've forgotten. There's a gate at the entrance of the detention center. Huh? Well, there is, but... He means the security gates with the metal detectors, Sebastian. We had to pass through the same check when we entered the prison, remember? Oh, yeah, that's it. I remember now. Looks like he completely forgot. It would be impossible to smuggle a sharp metal object into the detention center. Therefore, your reasoning never held, even from the very beginning. Huh? That gate is only used on people. In other words, packages sent to the detention center undergo a simpler check. So they don't use a metal detector for that? This never should have happened. It seems the guards were too careless. Right, Justine. Thanks for the assist. You're welcome. Now then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, your cross-examination, if you please. Cross-examination? As if we were in the courtroom. Very well. His reasoning. Let's see how long it'll hold up under pressure. Brought in from the outside. It was hidden inside the chessboard. How do you know that? No weapon was found at the crime scene, not even inside the chessboard. So where did the murder weapon disappear to? I'd like to hear your answer to that. That's... Well, after the crime, the culprit must have hidden it somewhere in the prison. The murder weapon is hidden inside the prison? I don't think so. It's clear from this piece of evidence. Right, the security gate would have... What? That's your proof? Indeed. This makes it clear. Sebastian, that doesn't prove a thing. Oh, not the... Oh, I knew it! Yeah, that wasn't right after all. Because if it went into the... Well then, if you have proof, then hurry up and show us. I must have evidence that shows the murder weapon is not inside the prison. Oh, right here. They searched the entire prison, but didn't find the murder weapon.
Take that!
Have you completely forgotten your own actions? You, along with Warden Roland, conducted a search of the prison. But you didn't find the murder weapon, right? That's... We must have overlooked something. This guy just completely contradicted himself. You carried out such a sloppy investigation. I'm amazed you call yourself the best. Are you mocking me? Sebastian? Please calm yourself. Don't get caught up in the opponent's pace. I'm fine, Justine. Did you really think the best prosecutor would be shaken by someone mindless behind him? I wish you would stop messing around with other people's names. Oh, in that case, Kay Faraday is far ahead. Kay, don't you get caught up in this too. Yes, if my best investigation didn't find anything, then there must not have been a single weapon in the prison. In that case, there's only one possibility. The criminal must have taken the murder weapon with him when they left the prison. So it's only natural we didn't find it in there. Yeah.
Objection!
There was no way the culprit could have brought the weapon out of the prison. And this piece of evidence shows why. Okay, this is... Again, they still would have had to pass through the security gate. Have you completely forgotten your own testimony? That's twice you've insulted me! Oh, it seems you remember what I said earlier. But you do well to remember further than that. What is that? This guy, he really doesn't remember anything. It seems that way. The detention center and the prison are equipped with security gates. Anyone leaving must pass through these gates. Gates equipped with metal detectors. That's what you... Looks like he remembers now. Yes, there's no way someone could have brought the murder weapon through those gates. And so the criminal could not have taken it out of the prison either. Ah! So then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you know where this murder weapon went to? Perhaps the weapon is still inside the prison. But we couldn't find it anywhere in the prison. The reason you didn't find it is because you believed it to be a sharp metal object. We saw the very moment when Mr. Knightley was attacked, after all. If you can say that much, then perhaps you could enlighten us. What would you say is the murder weapon in this case? From this piece of evidence, the murder weapon of this case becomes obvious.
Take that!
Here's footage from the security camera. It shows one of the cells in the detention center. See it with your own eyes. What? It can't be. This tape clearly shows the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. I believe this is sufficient proof, wouldn't you say? Indeed, this is vital evidence. Horace Knightley was killed in the detention center by that dog. After that, the body was moved to the prison workroom. Our witness claims to have seen a dog in the workroom when the body was found. Of course, a dog couldn't have planned this crime on its own. However, there is someone who could have. That's enough, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Judge Courtney. It's true this camera footage is vital evidence. However, there is something else you must prove. Actually, you've already noticed it, haven't you? It's just as she says. There's still a huge flaw in my reasoning. If that black dog is a prisoner's pet, how is it able to move between the detention center and the prison? That's a good point. Ah! What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? I still don't know how the dog managed to move from one place to the other. I knew it. What? You're one to talk. You don't know either. If you do not solve this mystery, I'm afraid I cannot accept your logic. If this were a real courtroom, I would call for a recess now. Ugh. Wait, I'm not finished yet. Court has been adjourned. Leave at once. This isn't a courtroom. Well then, as I said, court is adjourned.
Objection!
I can't prove my argument, but isn't it the same case with Mr. Keyes? Whatever do you mean? Just as I don't know how the dog entered the detention center, you also don't know how Simon Keyes entered the detention center and prison. Although he came to visit the victim, he was an outsider to the prison. Don't you think it would be difficult for him to commit a crime inside the prison? Good point. Judge Courtney, now the burden of proof lies with you. Show us evidence that Simon Keyes entered the prison. You want me to present evidence? I'm happy to oblige. Huh? What? Does she really have evidence? It's about time I told you. Now that I know the basis of your reasoning, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What is she thinking? It seems you don't even know Simon Keyes' real occupation. Real occupation? He's a circus performer. Circus performer? Yes. Have you ever heard of the Very Big Circus? Yes, we have. Back in the second game. I love all these callbacks. Circus? But of course, yesterday was a day that I wouldn't have missed for the world. Wouldn't have missed for the world? Did you have some kind of important meeting? Oh, heavens no! I despise meetings. It was the animal show, of course. It seems you've realized. On the day of the incident, an animal show is being performed at the prison. And the show is put on by the Very Big Circus. So then, you mean Simon Keyes entered the prison as a staff member of the animal show. That we know for a fact. Ugh. This woman. she's been concealing this fact the whole time? She only planned to reveal it after hearing my reasoning. Come to think of it... What are you doing, Justine? Don't butt in like that. Pardon me, Sebastian. Yes, your words on the suspect are very interesting. However, shouldn't you get to the best part first? Mr. De Best was going to say it then, but she stopped him. How do you like that, worthless prosecutor? You didn't do anything. Well then, now it really is time for a recess. I'll end with some advice. I already doubted your abilities as a prosecutor, which is why I relieved you of your authority. You'd best not forget that. What are you trying to say? The PIC can still take away your badge. If you value your badge, I'd advise you not to show your face before me again. Is that a threat? The Goddess of Law is merciful, but that doesn't mean you can get away with everything. And one more thing. I must digress. I suggest you stop with this Defense Attorney Act. That's none of your concern. I don't intend to abandon a case I'm involved in so easily. For defense attorneys, a relationship of mutual trust with their client is vital. It's very different from the way of the prosecutor. In any case, you didn't even know about your client's occupation. Well then, I must be going. May the blessings of the Goddess of Law be upon you. Well, did Simon lie to us? Seems he lied to Uncle Ray, too. This complicates matters. Why'd he do that? Hey, Miles, don't tell me you got cold feet already. Courtney Pye is quite a handful, but giving up is still uncool. A defense attorney's creed is to never give up. Remember, you are my assistant. Of course, I don't plan on giving up either. It's just... my theory that he couldn't enter the prison no longer holds. Looks like we'll have to investigate once more. Alright. Well... okay, I think I'm gonna call it a night here. As much as I would like to continue and hear what Simon has to say now. But I think I'll call it here. Tomorrow I plan on... I came across a very interesting Metroid ROM hack that I want to do. So I plan on doing that tomorrow night, so until then, have a good night, everyone, and I'll see y'all later.